What's up, Johnny? You're getting your campaign started. Anything you should know before you DM for the first time? um, don't get so lost in the details and having a answer for every scenario and planning everything out that you forget that you're playing the game too, and it's important for you to have fun. One thing I recommend highly is to do like random tables, like for every I don't know, half an hour of playing the game, make a table, like list 1 through 20 and have random things that could happen. You know, like if you're in town, maybe someone steals something, like a pickpocket steals something from the party and runs away. Maybe if you're out in the wild, a rare monster appears. Maybe they encounter a strange creature that otherwise they might not have. Like, give yourself some opportunities for improvising the fun as well. Plan randomness, basically. Don't make it so by the books and planned out that you stick to a strictly planned out narrative the whole time, because then you won't have as much fun. You're going to be waiting for them to get to that next big thing you planned instead of enjoying being in the moment. So, yeah, make a list of 20 random cool things that could happen. Maybe some are just interesting, maybe some are dangerous, maybe they meet a cool NPC, maybe they find a magic item, maybe they get transported somewhere unexpectedly, maybe they set off a trap. And then, you know, every half hour roll your dice and don't let them know what's happening. You could also make a list of 1 to 100 and put down 100 random events. And then roll, like, you know, 5d20 and see what it adds up to. But yeah, just give yourself opportunities for interesting things to happen that aren't necessarily 100% planned out. You'll have more fun that way. You can let them decide why they're together, or you can tell them why they're together. It depends. Either one's fine. You can say, you know, you all answered a call from a banner looking for adventurers to take care of a monster problem, and it brought you to the town of Rivik, or, yeah. You can do that. Or you can let them decide. Either way is fine. No, it sounds like you're gonna do good, man. Hey, Raymond. Alright, I'm not awake enough to do this guy. I'm gonna move on to something else and we'll come back to it. Let's see. Yeah, maybe this. Alright. Let's paint some babies. I feel like crap today. I had a good time last night going out to the life drawing event, but I didn't eat anything, and on the way home, the only things that were open were things that weren't on my like very strict diet. So I had a piece of pizza. I had one piece of pizza, and I feel like garbage. I can't believe how bad it made me feel. Holy shit. I've been like living on chicken and rice for like a while, and I forgot what grease would do to my body. I became the grease. I am the grease. I am the grease man. How often do I stream? Every day, buddy. Sometimes not on weekends, depends if I have plans, but every weekday and probably at least one day on the weekend. Drop a subscription, like the stream, come hang out. These babies look very weird. They have like kind of human heads. Hey, buddy. Why have you gotten no updates? I started streaming a month ago, but I've been streaming every day for a month. I don't know. I don't know. If you click the bell, I think there's a drop-down menu, unless they got rid of it, that says like notify always or notify sometimes. Maybe click notify always. Boy, these babies look fucking weird. I have chats from time to time. Sometimes Dave comes on. We've had Arson on. We had Devin Platts on. Yeah. It's really just who's available. I think Robbie Trevino is going to come on soon. Let's see. Oh, okay. I was wondering why this didn't look right. It's because this whole thing needs to come over. That foot needs to be on top of that branch. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now that arm's too long, but that's okay. I've got the fix. Because that arm is actually crossing over the body, and it's a bit pudgier. Client work or comic stuff? This is client work. Me and Dave do comics on the side, but we don't stream them. Well, Dave's streaming. He's doing some Starville related stuff, but we don't stream our Steve comics. These proportions are a fucking nightmare. Okay, actually, hold on. My friends, I'm trying really hard not to throw up right now. Apologies if I run off the stream. I might need to. Hey, Artifacts. Coffee. Coffee recommendations. I like nitro cold brew. I like cold coffee that tastes like it was never burned. There's nothing worse to me than burned coffee, so I go with cold brew. Always iced, always black. Iced black cold brew for me. Ugh. So what I do, I just buy cold brew concentrate and then I just thin it out. I can make it from scratch, but it's easier and cheaper to just buy the concentrate usually. Tastes just as good, so I don't really give a shit. The best coffee I've ever had is from a regional chain, so I don't think you can get it in California, Gross Girl. But it's from a regional chain called Mary Lou's, and it's a Mary Lou's Nitro Cold Brew. This is the best coffee I've ever tasted personally. Gotta blow my nose, chat. Be right back. These allergies. These allergies. No, cold brew's not putting coffee in the fridge overnight. It's when you don't brew the coffee with hot water. You grind up the beans and you put them in like a cheesecloth or something, or a sieve, and you steep them in cold water for like 24 to 48 hours. And it infuses the water the same way you would if you brewed coffee by heating it up. But it's a slow process, and it's impossible for the beans to burn, so you get a cleaner flavor. If you burn coffee, you get a very acrid, acidic flavor that I hate. This kid's face is gonna haunt my goddamn dreams, dude. I met the craziest person at the drawing event last night. I met a guy who works for Disney whose job is to catalog all the antiques at the Skywalker Ranch that George Lucas leased and put them into museums. So he just had thousands of photos on his phone of like all George Lucas's like props that he kept from Star Wars as he like catalogs them, like all the helmets and all the like models and all the miniatures and like photos from inside the Skywalker Ranch. And like I was like, bro, how the fuck? How do you even get that job, dude? Drawing event was good. It was a good time. Good to see people. Lucas did not die, but he leased the Skywalker Ranch and everything in it to Disney as part of his sale. What's up, Riley? Can you brew for a week? Theoretically, yeah. If you don't let air get in, it'll probably taste better. If you don't let air get in, if you let it sit for too long, the grains might get kind of musty. I'm not sure though. That would be a question for somebody who does it. No lyrics, please. I don't want to hear it. Hell yeah, dude. Nothing goes better with summer than a hot dog. Congratulations. You shaved your whole face and now you look like a hot dog. Congrats. It's warm. It's too warm. Wow, I hate this little dude's face so much. Alright, so he's got like some implied pupils. So this comes in, comes up, and around. Dude, his nose looks like a little skeleton nose in the sculpture. It's so off-putting. I'll show you what I mean. I hate it. I hate it so much, but that's what it looks like. God damn it. You. Alright, so his jaw's a lot smaller than I drew it, so let's fix that. He's got this little tiny cast shadow down here. And he's got some little shadow over here. And he's got some light down here. Does anyone have any summer goals? Has anyone said I really want to do these things this summer? I was thinking about that this morning at the gym. Anybody got any summer goals they want to share? You should paint, Raymond. I have a personal project I'd like to finish this summer. I'd like to lose another 30 pounds, 10 pounds a month if I can. I'd like to go to the beach to swim the ocean at least once a week if the weather's nice enough. I'd like me and Dave to finish our book, but I gotta figure out what his plan is, because that's collaborative. Maintaining your relationship without exploding it? Sick, dude. Solid goal. Here's the part I hate. His chubby little neck. There it is. Alright. personal work. Put a number on it, Riley. It's too big. How many pieces? Don't give yourself an out. Broke your finger. Fuck. I'm sorry, dude. Finish thumbnailing 10 pages of comic. Nice. 2 animations. Good goal. Start and hopefully finish a new comic. Nice. Hell yeah. Good goal. I recommend everybody try an accountability checklist in like Excel or something this summer. That's what I would recommend all of you to do. Take a thing you want to do and break it down into manageable pieces and put it on a spreadsheet, and every week or every day you take a step towards it, check off part of it. My allergies are out of control today. Portfolio pieces. Comes out for any games. My friend at nice. Short comics start for Halloween. Nice. Cool. I'd like to get most of this top center section done today, this tree with the kids. I'm not sure how long it's gonna... I don't think this kid is flippable. I think the other side is a different kid. I'm not worried about this part unless I have time, but I'd like to get this part done. Oh. So supposedly, we found a spot down in Rhode Island that's going to let us do figure drawing maybe every other week. Costumed figure, no nudes, because they serve food there. I don't think they're allowed to. But because it's costumed figure, what I'm going to try to do is stream it and try to do cool costumes every week, set up lights and stuff. And that way, if people want to follow along and do drawings with models without leaving the house, I think I can make something cool work out. We'll see. So I'll let you guys know whenever that starts. Yeah. Should be a good time. We'll see how the planning goes, see how realistic it is. Look at this little goober. Look at him. I know, it's all I can think about is Bobby Hill. I don't wanna be a slut. That's all I can think about. Alright. Alright. We've done enough. We finish up the neck. We've done enough on this kid's head. We've done enough. We're doing details that won't be visible. That's how I know I've gone too far. You get this little cast shadow in. Alright. Figure out this neck real quick. He's got like a very pronounced shoulder that kind of swoops up into the cast shadow like this. And it carves out down around. Okay, cool. Yeah. Nice. Oh, I didn't post on Instagram that I'm streaming. I should probably go do that. Hey, shut up. Good to see ya. Coffee and link. Alright. Alright, that's up. Gotta blow my nose again. Be right back. Woo! Still painting Griffith, light bouncing off his armor. That's good. That's what you want. You want that holy feeling. You're doing it right. Griffith would be proud. Ugh. I don't know, Spitboy. I have no idea. Probably not. It's probably going to be on weeknights because I think people want to keep their weekends for like dating and partying and shit. That would be my guess. I'm going to guess it's going to be on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday or something. But I don't know. I don't know for sure yet. I don't think any bar would sacrifice a weekend night of business for live drawing. Shut up. I found out this morning that we might have an inn through Mia in Bristol to do life drawing events with like costumed figure and stuff. So there's a restaurant there, a bar we're gonna talk to. My sister's theater has a costume closet, and I'm gonna see if every week I can bring down some like crazy costumes for people. I don't know what night we're gonna try it out yet, but I'll let you know. Yeah, costume life drawing is my favorite. I like it more than nude life drawing. So I think I'm gonna do it based on who's working on stuff. Like if someone has a commission or a piece they're doing that needs a costumed figure, I think we're gonna prioritize helping people finish their work instead of just random stuff. But we'll see how it goes. Once we start up, we'll see what the vibe is. We'll go from there. That's awesome. Let me tell you, there's nothing I hate more than painting a baby. I've always said it. Nothing I hate more in this world than having to paint a baby. Their anatomy doesn't make sense. Everything's pudgy and weird. The proportions are a nightmare. Don't even get me started. Toddler, baby, tomato, tomato. Come on, man. I mean, I'm referencing a thing from the game. I have the reference right up next to me in Photoshop. It's just the baby looks very weird in the game. It's a very, very pudgy little weirdo. And the head always feels not big enough or too big. Right now the head doesn't feel big enough at all. So I'm going to address that. There's a fold in the branch that does this. Dude, the reason I never revisited The Wizard of Oz in artwork is because I think trying to figure out how to draw Dorothy as like a 10-year-old like gave me PTSD. I could not do it. Any favorite sculptors? Favorite current sculptor is Takayuki Takeya. Favorite old sculptor is Bernini. I think Bernini is peak Baroque sculpture for me personally. I reference Bernini all the time. And Takayuki Takeya is just the man. All of his stuff rules. The coolest version of a thing is Takeya's sculpture of that thing, consistently. I'm also a big fan of Arson, who's been in the chat. Who coincidentally I already kind of knew, but I didn't know that I knew him. Shout out to you, Arson. Look at this fun noodle shaped piece of shit. Look at him. I hate him. I hate him. Anyway. Let's start working on this tree, I guess. I've got that stupid song from Watchmen stuck in my head. Unforgettable. That's what you are. Why is that stuck in my head? That's why, baby, it's regrettable to have met someone so unforgettable. Man, Watchmen was so good until the end where they changed it. What a good adaptation until the very end. I mean, honestly, it's funny because if they had written the Zack Snyder ending into the book, I think the book still would have been a classic. I think the ending works thematically. The new ending works thematically. It's just such a bummer because the movie was such a faithful adaptation, except for that ending. It wasn't even like a badly scripted ending. It made sense. It was a good. It was on theme. It made sense for the characters, but it just wasn't the ending from the book. It's too bad. If Alan Moore wrote that ending, I think it still would have been a classic, though. That's true, artifacts, they do. The only scene I really didn't like was when he kills the guy by stabbing him in the head with a cleaver. I thought the way he killed that guy in the book was way better. Having the cleaver go into the dude's skull was like weirdly cartoonish and kind of broke the immersion. In the book, he handcuffs the guy to a radiator and gives him a saw and burns the building down while the guy tries to saw his arm off. I thought that was a much more fitting ending for that character. More sadistic. Rorschach being more sadistic instead of straight up violent, I feel like fits his character better. But yeah, all in all, great adaptation, great use of music. There's a few scenes in that movie I think about on a regular basis because the use of music and choreography was so good. When the comedian jumps out of Night Owl's ship in the 70s to break up the riots, and it's playing Boogeyman. So good. Little Ozymandias is here. Be the smartest man on the cinder. Bro, I don't want to render Baby Fupa. Any comics I wouldn't mind seeing adapted? There's a lot. Let's think. What's the best one? What's the best? Oh, Little Nemo. I want to see an actual adaptation of Little Nemo in Slumberland. Like a Studio Ghibli level adaptation of it. Or a live action. Live action could be cool too, but it would have to be treated like the Neverending Story, where it's kind of dark and weird. There's this indie comic I love. I can't remember who wrote it. Called Steve Lichman, which I think would be a really cool thing to see, like a show made out of. What else? Necropolis would be cool. Jake Wyatt's comic. As like an Avatar The Last Airbender style animated show. You could do Necropolis in live action, but I feel like it feels very animated when you read it. Man, if I could go back in time and tell my child self that someday I'd be a professional artist rendering Baby Fupa. Wow. Does Berserk count as a comic? I think Berserk would be at the top of my list for stuff I want to see adapted. I'd want it to be an HBO show with a Game of Thrones budget. I just want a Berserk live action show. I would trust people. I think Guillermo del Toro could art direct it, for sure. As far as direct, I don't know. There's people who can do it, though. Absolutely. You need somebody who wouldn't shy away from the horribleness of the world, though. You need someone who's not afraid to embrace the terrible stuff. Because Berserk's all about the terrible stuff. So excited to watch Shogun. Oh, I'm so excited. So close. The original Berserk adaptation from Madhouse in the 90s? Yeah. It wasn't bad. They just cut Skull Knight and they ended it at the Eclipse on a cliffhanger because they thought they were going to get greenlit for 2 more seasons, but they never did. Oh, Shogun. Yeah, I've seen the original Shogun. Hey, what's up, moment to myself? Good to have you. Glad you could make it. Pleasure to see you. So I guess one weird thing about this... Why won't you let me zoom out? Okay. This panel that the baby is on has like a top, so I guess I should put that in. That's too low. That's about right. No, that's still too high. Oh. Let me see. Interesting. So I think this has to get sized up, which is fine. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be closer to that. Yeah. Yeah. Closer to that. Okay. And then the tree thing. Yeah, okay. There's like a cast shadow from this that comes down into here. Whoa! Whoa! There, Photoshop. Whoa! Let's calm down. Alright. Ugh. Yeah, the anime adaptations of Berserk. I mean, the Madhouse one is still the best, but even that one didn't have a great budget. They ran out of money, which is why they start using panels from the actual comic. But the CG one is just bad. It just looks real bad. Alright, how do I want to... How do I want to do this? It can't end in a flat top. That's not Gonna look good. So maybe I'll bring this... Maybe I'll combine a few things. Yeah, maybe I'll combine a few things. Maybe I'll do this thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That could work. Could work if I bring the whole thing down. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so maybe this has to go, and this just has to come up. Yeah. Okay. So I think this just has to come up. Yeah. Probably into here. Yeah. Down the other side. Okay. All right. Let's get back into this. Yeah, let's get back into this. Damn. Thanks, Pygmy. I appreciate it. Alright. Let's finish rendering this, what would you call this, a freeze? I guess a base relief? I don't know what to call this thing. Where's my reference to this weird little baby boy? There we go. There it is. Alright. Alright, so there's another flower here. And then there's one right above it. And then there's two in the middle that are offset. So there's one here and there's one here. And then there's one like up here. Alright. How many hours do I put into a piece like this? Part of the reason I'm streaming this one is to figure that out. I've sketched out a Berserk piece, but I haven't rendered it. I do have a Berserk piece I want to do, and it's sketched out, but I haven't painted it yet. It's hard to say because the other pieces were done while I was doing other work in the background, so it'd be like an hour here, an hour there, an afternoon here, take a week off to work for something for like Square, come back, do another few hours, like, so I have no clue. I wish Photoshop had a log of how much time you've spent on something. I wish it had like a tracker like an MMO, but sadly it do not. Oh no, there's more pudgy babies. I didn't even see that. They're down in the fucking bottom of the tree. They're tiny. Nope. Alright. So this thing, this whole treetop, is up here, and it's wider. Cool. I don't want to paint those other babies, but I have to. Alright, so this comes up here. And it splits off this way and this way. Comes down here. Loops back in on itself. I think this is supposed to be a leaf. Looks like it. Yeah, looks like it's supposed to be a leaf. And then there's a fruit hanging off it. That's pretty big fruit, actually. Alright, and then down here, there's a vine wrapped around that turns into like a flower bud. What's up, Sharky? Alright, so take this, drop some shadow. There's a good cast shadow up here. This kind of folds into the tree in a weird way. And then the music stopped. And I was alone. With no music. Oh my god. I can hear myself think. I'm thinking about things. I'm wondering if I made mistakes in my life. I'm wondering if I'm happy. I'm wondering if there's things I want to do that I'm not doing. Oh my god. Alright, it's gone now. I can just focus on music again. Ugh. My allergies are so bad today. What the fuck? I'm gonna take a Claritin. Sing for you? I don't know. Pretty women, how they make a man sing. Pretty women are a wonder. I have to scream to do the AC/DC voice. It'll make me cough for the rest of the afternoon. I can't do that voice quiet. You have to like crack your vocal cord to do it. So no, I will not be doing it. Wonder how. It's like something like that. It sounds like a bird. like a Muppet. Uh. It does sound like a crow, you're right. You're right. The guy from AC/DC is just a raven or a crow picking through stuff. I can't go the high notes without screaming. These are my friends. They are my razors. I like to use them to cut throats and kill folks. I don't remember the lyrics. That's from Todd Sweeney, The Bad Barber of Britain. It's a classic. Are the figure drawing sessions at that Halloween-looking bar you posted about? That spot looks sweet. Yeah, it's a place called Deadbeats in Providence. It's a Halloween-themed bar. They do life drawing, I think, once every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. It's not life drawing, it's just a sketchbook night. We're trying to start a life drawing night. But yeah. You totally feel like you listened to The Cure and wanted to be a theater kid? I didn't want to be a theater kid. I was a theater kid until high school. I stopped in high school, but in middle school I was a theater kid. I'd go see Rocky Horror Picture Show at midnight, sneak out, watch it with people. I was in a bunch of shows. My sister owns a theater, children's theater, children to teen, and I helped her with a bunch of productions and stage design and building sets and stuff. But yeah. My sister's a professional singer who used to sing at like Red Sox baseball games and shit before she got thyroid cancer. It fucked up her singing career a little bit. But yeah, she taught me how to sing and do all that shit. I love musical theater. It's one of my favorite things. I think I've seen Wicked like 20 times. But that's only because when I was in London, if you were a student with a student ID, you could see Wicked for like 10 bucks. Huge discount. So I went like every other night when I was in London. I got to see Phantom of the Opera in Vegas at the theater they built specifically for Phantom of the Opera, where they like shoot fireworks off in the theater and like there's like really cool special effects they built into the room. It's like when you see it on tour, they can't do that stuff. It's cool. That was a really cool show. I've got a baritone. The cool thing about Phantom of the Opera is a story within a story. So when you see, for those of you who haven't seen it, in the beginning, you're at an auction after the events of the story. You're in the future, and everything's like kind of blue and gray. They make all the lighting is blue and gray and feels kind of old. And they're doing an auction. And then they get to the chandelier, the famous chandelier that burned down the opera house. And they say that they've retrofitted it with electric lights. And they say maybe this can, put a little illumination on the events of so long ago. And then they flip a switch and the chandelier starts sparking and exploding with light and strobing. And as it does that, it starts to lift up off the stage into the room as the pipe organ plays. It's very epic. But in the Vegas show, because they built a theater specifically just to do Phantom for 20 years, when you're in the room during the auction, when everything feels old, you're like sitting. I have to draw it. You're like sitting in a room. Like, here's the theater. Here's all the seats. Here's all the seats. Here's the stage. Okay. Here's the chandelier. To the sides of you, all around the room, there's these drapes. There's these big curtains that are just hanging. And you're like, oh, they're like theater curtains, whatever. When the chandelier explodes and starts to lift up into the room, these drapes drop down to the floor. And what's behind them, because the whole thematic thing is you're going back in time to the events of the opera house burning down. When the drapes drop, there's box seats up here that are like gilded Victorian opera box seats with like actors wearing period costumes sitting in them. And they're like, clapping and like watching the show. So like the whole thing is staged so that when it drops, like you're in the theater during the events of the story and all these people are wearing like top hats and 1800s clothing. And like suddenly you're like actually like really, really cool effect. And, up here in, box 5 where the Phantom is, when you're watching Christine sing, the Phantom shows up and he's sitting up here and he's watching her. And like, sometimes the Phantom's down here walking around the theater. Sometimes you see him up here in the rafters. When he's gonna kill the guy with the hangman's noose, you see him crawling around up here. Like all this cool shit you couldn't do in a normal theater. But it was really, really good show. Really, really cool that they put that much like dedication into it. Me and Dave have joked about trying to become voice actors. I think I could do it. I think I could do it if Matt Mercer can do it. I'm not as good as Matt Mercer, but I think that's because I'm not as confident as Matt Mercer. I think if I put myself out there, I could probably do it. I'm so mad the TV show didn't happen. Me and Dave were going to be the rednecks. Famous people doing all the voices, and then me and Dave come in as Ricky and Dale. What you is, some kind of skeleton? That's not stolen valor. My whole family's from the deep south, okay? I'm allowed to make fun of it. I did finish Fallout. We haven't found anyone else who can do the Don Wheeler voice, so I was gonna do Don Wheeler in the show too. Don Wheeler's based on an old advertisement. The announcer of the audiobook, the guy who reads it, the character, Clarence Wetmouth, is based on an old D&D TV cartoon advertisement for a thing called Dragon Strike. There's like a guy, if you watch the old VHS ad for Dragon Strike, there's like a guy in a turtleneck who's supposed to be like the DM. He's like the faceless, he has a face, but he's supposed to be like the faceless narrator type character. And he's like, ready to do battle with hideous monsters? Titillating treasures await. And he's like, it's very like effeminate and flamboyant. Roll your dice and see what happens. Well, well, you rolled a 1. Terrible luck for you. It's like extremely like, it's very funny. It's very funny to me that it's just a guy with curly hair and a turtleneck who talks like that about D&D. Don't forget the most important rule of all, listeners. Have fun. It's like super cringy. I love that video. If anyone hasn't seen it, go watch it. Perhaps you've fallen victim to a dragon strike. It's the that always got me as a kid. Ready to do battle with hideous monsters? It's so funny. It's the same kind of lame that the voice acting in like Oblivion had. Like the guy who played like Shea Agorath or whatever, when he's like, this pleases me. Ah, yes, madness. Ha ha ha. This pleases me. It's very like, I don't know, I call it boring fantasy. Sunday afternoon fantasy. Careful, barbarian. I don't think you have the intelligence to make such a perception. It's like, I don't know. It's so lame. It's so lame, but I love it. It's so funny to me. Mayhaps the king would pay many gold pieces for this problem to be resolved. It's like, I don't know. I love it. It's so lame. I miss when fantasy was fucking lame. I miss when people were kind of embarrassed to be into it. I hate that it's cool and popular now. It was so much funnier. It was so much funnier back then. Hearing a grown man who's like some failed actor who's doing a D&D VHS thing because his career didn't work out say lines with like... The adjectives are always the best part. Like, it couldn't just be a knoll. It would have to be like a wicked tricksy knoll or something. You turn the corner and find a wicked tricksy knoll stuffing gold into his greedy pockets. You're like... That's not cool, dude. It's not cool at all. Seriously, if you guys haven't seen the Dragon Strike video, it's on YouTube. It's amazing. Your spell has no effect. Perhaps there's some kind of tome of warding in this room. I'll never tell. My favorite part of the Dragon Strike video is at the end when he goes, "Attention, watchers. This section of the tape is for dungeon masters only. Everyone else should leave the room." Very well, dungeon master. Are we alone? Be sure. Check your surroundings, because these words are only for you. You've taken on a great responsibility, being the dungeon master. It's very... Oh god, I love it. This? Yeah, hold on. I can actually... This is very funny. Here he is.
Castle's high towers and jagged walls transport you to another realm.
Here we go.
Open your mind. I'll transport you to another realm. Oh yeah? It's night. A long time ago. This castle belongs to the evil wizard Terractus.
The evil wizard Terractus. Fucking name Terractus.
The castle's high towers and jagged walls
Oh.
like the dull white of a skull.
The dull white of a skull.
Your nose is assaulted by the stench of death.
Ah, fuck yes.
By the stillness. The stillness of death.
Oh my god.
Your footsteps and see a young wizard running down a path which leads from Terractus' castle.
Let me see if I can find the for DMs only. I think it's this.
Do not turn the VCR off yet. This is a special section of the tape for Dragon Masters only. When everyone who is not presently interested in becoming a Dragon Master has left the room, we may begin. Until then,
video spell. Cast pause video spell.
Is listening. At the window. Very well.
Check your windows. Oh.
Just see the dragon strike game
Oh.
played
Fuck me. This is so funny.
can you find the nastiest castles in the world?
The nastiest castles.
The key is that all players work together as a team in order to win.
That castle's nasty.
As the dragon master must make them before their very eyes. Your role is all. You set the stage for the players, presenting the quest they must follow. Only you know where the treasure is buried.
Fuck me.
Only you know where the clues are. And only you know where the dangers lie. Now don't forget, the great dragon master isn't afraid to ham it up. Sure, the monsters just want to beat the heroes up, but it's a lot more fun. They do it with style. Fire elemental. Use your rage to engulf my enemies.
Oh.
Game rules and adventure cards will give you tips about what the monster might say. The rest of the time, just make it up. Follow the game's guidelines about how smart the monster is and what motivates him, and have fun with it. Walled in here! The instructions will tell you that the dwarf is telling the truth, and when the chips are down, he'll help the party. A dragon master can win the game if the players make bad moves, move too slowly, or don't act together as a team. To make the game more challenging for the heroes, you can set some traps at the start of each adventure. But that doesn't mean you can cheat or ignore the rules.
My God.
For example, if a monster is about to die, resist the temptation to save it. In fact, there's really only one rule to being a great dragon master. The real object of the game is for everybody to have fun. If the game isn't fair, nobody will.
Oh, fuck.
You have all the secret knowledge you need.
Secret knowledge?
I'll give you one way to start.
Fuck me.
Feeling brave tonight?
Feeling brave.
Brave. Brave enough to do battle with hideous monsters? Sneak around dank castles in the dark and chance being the next victim of a dragon strike.
Dank castles. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Thank you, chat. Oh, fuck my life. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Fuck me, dude. Oh, feeling brave tonight? Brave enough to do battle with hideous monsters? Brave enough to creep around dank castles? Ah, dank castles. The dull white glint of a skull. That's what I miss. That's what I want D&D to be again. I want it to be fucking lame as shit. It's so much funnier. Oh, dude, my eyes hurt. Oh, that was great. Fuck. That's how we should start every stream. We should start every stream with his monologue about feeling brave tonight. Feeling brave tonight? Then paint fucking goblins for 8 hours. How has nobody used that audio in a remix? Oh. I know, I'm the new sorry, I forgot for Dragon Strike it was Dragon Master, not Dungeon Master. Totally different. Do not steal. Oh. I wonder if J.R.R. Tolkien knew that that was going to be what his world inspired, if he would have written the books, or just stopped. I wonder if we could go back in time and show J.R.R. Tolkien Dragon Strike, the VHS. If he'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna stick to teaching. Sneak around dank castles. Oh. Castle so dank. Dude, I remember playing Dragon Strike and watching that VHS with my cousin. I was like 7 years old and my cousin was like 14. And I just sat there and I was like, this is adventure. Now this is adventure. I'm so ready to creep around dank castles, dude. Anyway, that was the inspiration for the Steve Lichman audiobooks. We were like, we can't just read the comic because it doesn't work. And an audiobook works for a novel because audiobooks have descriptions. In comics, the descriptions are the page art. So we're like, what do we do? Do we write a novel? And like, we were trying to figure it out. And then we were like, why don't we just do Dragon Strike? We just talk about it like a DM. And that felt very appropriate. Later, Raymond. Have a good night. Thank you, Sharky. Me and Dave were going to make a list of every bad adjective we put in there on purpose to make fun of old D&D. They're all very, like, intentional. Stephen turned his head with a ponderous, quizzical glance. Just, like, a few too many adjectives. I think we say it was going to be a long night, like 20-something times. Oh, it was going to be a long night. I play D&D rarely. I still play it, but it's not often. Dude, if you told me when I was a kid that someday people would play D&D live and it would sell out like theaters, I don't know if I ever would have believed you. I don't think I would have. I think I would have assumed you were just lying to me. Feeling brave tonight. Jesus. It's unreal, Sharky. The problem is I don't want to play D&D with most people, because all they do is try to be funny because they're insecure about playing a nerdy game. It's like, I don't want to be made fun of, so if I'm the Joker, I'm safe. So then everybody tries to make jokes and be zany and croaky. And I hate that. I hate it so much. It's almost like everyone at the table's like, I'm playing D&D ironically. And it's like, ugh. so this comes down to like here, curves into that one, and then it comes off like that. Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Ask away. Question about color blindness. Go ahead. I'm colorblind as well, and because my art teachers didn't take my condition seriously, I've been quite uncertain about using color ever since. However, I'm also keen to return to drawing and painting. How do you manage your color blindness? Are there any tricks and techniques you found helpful and more confident? Yeah, you need friends you can trust who can look at your work and show you where the problem areas are. Color to the best of your ability, and then show it to friends that you trust and have them color correct it in Photoshop, because it's very easy to do with sliders. And then over time, once you do it a few times, you'll start to realize where your problem areas are. And you'll be like, oh, okay, I'm noticing that for this shade of red that I see, it's actually like 25% more saturated, or it's like a little more brown, or like, you'll start to see the patterns. I use the color picker in Photoshop to do it, where I look at the color I chose next to the color that they chose, because I can't see the difference. And I go, oh, okay, when I think it's this color, I know that I have to move it on the color picker this way to get it closer to what it should be. And over time, I did that for probably 2 years with my pieces. I had friends look at it and correct it. Over about 2 years, I started figuring it out well enough that it was like, okay, I know that these are the trap areas, these are the colors that are going to trip me up, and this is a general way of how to fix them. And then I just started doing that, and it reduced it. It's still not perfect. I still, when I do a color piece, I still have friends look at it to make sure I'm not, you know, fucking it up in a way that I don't notice. But in general, it helped a lot. It fixed a lot of the issue. Not 100%, but pretty good. But yeah. What's with the stained glass being covered up? It's not covered up. It's not turned on. Hold on 1 second, I'll turn it on for you. Oh, puppy. It's a dog. It's a dog named Ivy? Oh, hello. It's a puppy. There you go. See? Turned it on. The stained glass isn't open to the outside. The sun doesn't actually come through it. I installed lights behind it so I can turn it on at night. Drink and draw was fun. I didn't drink, but I didn't draw much either. I had my dog with me. It's a dog-friendly bar, so most of the night was spent making sure my dog didn't get stepped on by people. But it was good to see everybody. A few people from chat were there doing some beautiful things. It was good. Moment to myself, if you don't want to ask friends and family, just ask other artists. I mean, I'd volunteer, but I'm colorblind, so I can't really give you advice. But I'm sure there's people that would be willing to look at your work and adjust it. You know? If you have any friends that do art, I'd start there. But yeah. Just find someone else who does art or photography or something who isn't colorblind and ask them to just do a quick color balance on it. Thanks, Ferris Bueller. Or you could do what I did and find a client who's okay with you painting stuff that's mostly gray. Wow. Shout out to meatbun.com. I love you guys. If this was color, it would be a fucking nightmare. Sharky. Look at you. You're on it. You're on the ball, Sharky. Hey, listen, man. One ball's better than none. I've always said that, okay? You're on a ball. Good on you. I'm sure there's other balls you're on, Sharky. I shouldn't have done the AC/DC voice. Now my voice is cracking. Shouldn't have done it. I'm not used to talking as much as I have been the past month on stream. It's making my throat extra cracky. Yesterday I channeled something you mentioned when a friend asked to hang out last minute and I said no and read a book. Then today I canceled a thing I planned that wasn't honestly what I wanted to do and feel free to do things I want. Hell yeah, dude. Proud of you. I'm really glad you're working on that. I am too. If you don't want to do something, don't do it. Unless it's something you know you have to do. Like working out. I don't always want to work out, but that's like a health thing. But don't get pressured into doing something that feels like a waste of time. Like, working out's not a waste of time. But yeah. Oh, that's good, man. Glad to hear that, Spitboy. If you're spending time and energy doing something, you should always ask what you're getting out of it. The answer could be as simple as, it's something I want to do, or something that I think will be fun. That's a valid answer. If you think it's fun enough, or something you'll enjoy enough to make it worth, you know, sacrificing some time you could spend doing other things, then try it. But if you ever find yourself just doing stuff to be nice, or because you're afraid of saying no, or because you think you'll be judged by people for not like fitting in or whatever, then you're should look at that. Should ask yourself what the motivation is for why you feel that way and why you want to people please. I do that a lot. I'm trying to not be a hypocrite in my own life. So you know what was good was Wall Street Synthwave. that synthwave to strayed stocks too. That was a good one. Yeah, good one. What's up, Aaron? It's interesting. There's like grapes on this thing down here. Weird. What kept me in New England, Massachusetts instead of heading elsewhere? I mean, I've traveled a lot. I've seen plenty of places. If I was gonna move anywhere, it would be like Scotland or something. Like the United States is kind of, unless you want to live in like a city, it's kind of all the same. There isn't like an amazing place. Like if I was gonna live in the USA, I want to be in New England. It's like it's a short drive to New York. It's a short drive up to the mountains. We got 4 seasons. I mean, like, I don't want to live in Florida. I don't want to live in California. Way too expensive, and the culture there is just kind of weird. I don't really fit in with it. Seattle, I would probably blow my brains out from seasonal depression. Colorado, there's no ocean. I don't know. I've been around most places in the country, and I genuinely like New England. The furthest I'd probably move here is maybe Connecticut or something, but yeah, I like traveling. I just don't really want to live anywhere in the US. If I was going to go through the headache of moving to another country just for the aesthetics of the country, I'd probably move to like Ireland or Scotland or something. But yeah. I was going to move to California for the TV thing. I was ready to go because we were talking about it. My agent told me to, one of us would have to live there full time. And, Dave has a family in Colorado, so I was like, I'll go. So I was ready to do that, but I don't know. I'm probably never going to have like kids, so my nephew and my niece are going to be kind of my only like window into what that's like. So having, my nephew here and my niece who's going to be born in a couple months, I also wanted to be here for their childhood. Also, my mom getting sick with cancer, I wanted to be around to take care of her because nobody else was going to. Yeah, it's just the usual kind of thing. I'm not against moving somewhere, I want to move somewhere I want to be. I'm not going to move to another state just because, there's not a lot of other... Number one, I need an ocean. That's like a requirement. So automatically it's East Coast or West Coast. I don't want to live in San Francisco. I don't want to live in LA. Upstate California might be cool. Maybe. I could see that, but then it's really expensive and the culture kind of sucks. But yeah, that's why. I like Colorado a lot, but there's no ocean. And I get weirdly, I don't know what the reverse of claustrophobia is. I get the reverse of claustrophobia when I'm in Colorado, and it really bothers me. It's too wide open, and it's too flat. It's weird. It feels artificial almost. I wouldn't mind living in England. Wouldn't mind living in France. Wouldn't mind living in Ireland or Scotland, but that's a lot of headache to just be somewhere else. I get that feeling. I guess the question is like, ask yourself where you'd want to live and why. And then, if you have the ability to go there for like a year and see how you feel about it. I've spent enough, I've been in Colorado for months, and it's like, I don't want to live there. I've been in California for 3 weeks, and I was like, this is cool, but I don't really want to be here. The only places I've ever been that I really enjoyed a lot that I could see myself living in long term are like England. But yeah, England or Ireland or Scotland. Paris was cool, but like, yeah. guess ask yourself why you want to live there. If you want to live there, like you said in chat, because you feel like you didn't fight your way to find a home or something, if you feel like you haven't done enough, that's probably more of a like a personal thing of like you just want to do more with your career, or you want to feel a sense of accomplishment or achievement. That might not have anything, you know, you could move somewhere and still not feel that. You should really do some self-analysis and figure out why you feel that way. If it feels like you haven't done enough, like, yeah. For a long time, I was very against moving back to where I grew up. I was like, I'll never do that. That would be like a step backwards. But I was looking at it in a really weird way because who you are and what that place is change over time. You're not, it's never going to be the same because you're not the same and it's not the same. And when I was torn about moving back here, I just made a sheet and I was like, what are the pros and cons? And I weighed them out. Pros, I can take care of my mom while she's sick. I don't have to worry about that. Pro, I can be around my nephew and help him grow up and watch him grow up because I'm probably not going to have kids of my own. Pro, I get to be here for, you know, I have friends not super close by, but within 2 hours of the area. Good friends. And I get to be around them. I get to be near multiple cities that I enjoy hanging out in with friends and colleagues that are from like Hasbro and stuff. I'm like 40 minutes from Boston, 40 minutes from Providence, 3 hours from New York. I get to design a home and build like a dream home, live on the water, you know, kind of set up shop in a weird way, like a base to do things from. So I was like, okay, the only thing on the con was I'm really close to my family, which sometimes before I learned how to set boundaries and like value my own time and say no to people, that was a problem for me because I would just let them kind of have an open door policy on my life. But once I took care of that and I managed that issue and I was like, hey, like, you know, I don't want to be as available to all of you. Once I worked that out, it was basically fine. The only other con to living here was that it's a place that I grew up, which in the grand scheme of things, for all the positives, it's not really that big a deal to me anymore. I have done enough career-wise and I've been enough places that I've realized that I don't want to depress anybody, but I'm going to be very honest with you because I don't want to lie about this. I don't want to be Mr. Inspirational Man and just bullshit you. I've learned enough about myself to know that no matter where I go, I'm still me. And for a long time, I thought I was using travel as a way to escape. I was taking my living scenario and I was using that as a proxy for problems I had with myself. I'd be like, oh, I hate living in this town. I hate living in this apartment. I didn't. I hated myself. And I was blaming the surroundings I was in for being unhappy, when really it was about doing work on who I was. And after traveling to enough places and being in, you know, beautiful foreign countries and meeting amazing people, eating great food, seeing most beautiful places in the world, I was like, wow, deep down inside while I'm doing these things, I'm still miserable. The problem isn't where I am, it's who I am. And it's not, you know, what I'm, you know, surrounding myself with, it's who I am inside. And it was a big cope to be like, you know, if I move to this place, I'll feel better. If I, you know, if I get a nicer apartment, I'll feel really good about who I am. No. If I'm in a beautiful place, if I move to the city, I'll feel like progress was made because now I can afford to live in the city. But all it was working more hours, getting less sleep, having less time for myself in order to pay a higher rent for the aesthetic of being in a city. It was just chasing more money and killing more time to put a really nice, flashy, to use a metaphor, it was like putting a really nice suit on a dying body. It's like, yeah, the surroundings of my life and the stuff I'm filling it with look nicer and are more expensive and they feel flashier. And it's like, oh, I'm a city guy now. I'm living here. I can afford it. I'm a bigger deal. I'm not some small town guy. But really, that just meant Working more hours on work I wasn't happy doing to afford the bills to be in the city for what reason? Just because it's a city? I live 40 minutes outside the city right now and I save a ton of money, and anything I want to do in the city I can do at the drop of a hat. I don't need to be in it just to be in it. That just wastes a ton of money and a ton of time. So it's like, I don't know. For me personally, constantly feeling like I had to move around or find a new place to call home was really just a proxy for me not liking who I was on the inside. I don't know if that's the case for anybody else. Can only speak for me. But for me, that's what it was. Because no matter where I went or who I was with, part of me knew deep down inside that it was all kind of just a cope for avoiding bigger issues that I wasn't ready to face at the time. Because, yeah, no matter where you go, you're still yourself. The only thing you ever really live in is your own head. So, if you don't make peace with that, everything else is just window dressing. Quite literally. Yeah, no problem, buddy. I don't want to be a father, Shays. I'm not saying I'm not having kids because I can't find someone to have kids with. I absolutely could. I don't want to have kids. I've decided that that's not something I want to do. But yeah. There's other places in Massachusetts I'd like to live, but I don't know, like, I'd prefer to live in Salem, but like, I don't know. Am I going to pay double? Am I going to sell this house and raise another huge amount of money just to buy a house in Salem when I could just drive there? Why did I say probably? Well, because people change their minds as they grow. I've decided for me right now that that's not something I want to do, but maybe someday I'll change my mind on that. I have to leave the door open a little bit for growth and change. I can't see myself wanting to do that ever right now, but I don't know. I couldn't see myself publishing books and making a living writing for TV stuff 6 years ago, and then that all happened. It's like things change, people grow, situations change, people develop. I'm probably not going to have kids because I don't see myself ever being in a position where I would want to, but that might change. No, it's not that, Shays. It's not that I have problems with ladies, it's that I have problems with myself. It's never, I would never blame the people I date for that. It's definitely all stuff in my own head. I don't have a hard time meeting people. I have a hard time trusting people and believing people. And until I fix that, it's kind of a non-starter. No, I'm definitely sad. That's not a secret. I've got medical depression, major medical depression. It's a constant thing. I would never lie about that. What I'm trying to figure out in my own life right now is how much of my situation I have control of, how much that will change, or if it's just inevitable that I'm gonna feel like this no matter how much growth I make. At this point, I've tried all the external things. I've tried the therapy, I've tried the medications, I've tried counseling and like exposure therapy. I've tried all the things that are outside myself, and none of them have worked for me. So now I'm trying to go inward and do, okay, what can I do on my own to change who I am and see if that makes me feel better, because nothing else is working. So it's doing more work, trying to get better at my craft, going to the gym constantly to try and make myself healthier and look better and feel better. And if that doesn't work, if I'm still feel the same way after that transformation is complete, then I guess that's just who I am. And I don't know what else I can do at that point. But that's okay too. It's not like I've got some horrible life. I'm not complaining. Things are pretty good. My brain just doesn't want me to enjoy them. I don't know how escapable that is, that mindset. I don't know if it's just part of who I am or if I can get out of it, but trying. I've used SSRIs in the past. I stopped though. I used them for a few years and I stopped. Number one, it made me feel foggy. This is not advice. Disclaimer, this is not advice for anybody. SSRIs are different for everybody depending on which one you take and who you are. It's going to be the same pill at the same dose is going to affect two different people differently. So do not take this as advice. This is me just telling you my experience. When my mom got sick and she was going through the cancer, I was on SSRIs because I didn't know how to cope with... I was at a point where I just couldn't manage anymore. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't getting any sleep. And I was just like paralyzed. Like there was too much going on. My brain head was just shutting down completely. And my therapist recommended SSRIs just to be able to like not be in an anxious state constantly. And so I took them, and for me personally, they made my brain foggy. They made me happier. Dave noticed I was happier. Dave mentioned a few times that he noticed a noticeable difference. But they made my brain foggy. They made it harder for me to work. They made me suffer really bad time loss, where like whole days would go by and I'd just be like, oh, and I was very complacent, like, all right, and just like hours would just melt away. My work ethic and my drive were gone. I gained weight. I ate less, I thought, and I still gained weight. It was like a weird hormonal thing. But then also they made relationships tougher because they have terrible sexual side effects. So yeah, it was just like, they helped me get through my mom's cancer treatments, and then I went off them because they were a net negative. I just wasn't getting anything done. I wasn't finishing any work. I wasn't able to care about anything. Like, the metaphor I always use for what it felt like being on SSRIs was, if your brain is the song on the radio and your anxiety and your depression are the static, SSRIs they should help you tune the knob so the song comes in clearer and the noise is reduced. But what they did for me was they just turned down the volume on the whole stereo. So there was less static, but there was also less music. Which at the time was good, because I was able to sleep, I was able to get through that, I was able to kind of normalize. But it meant that all the good things about me were also turned down. I wasn't working anymore, I wasn't socializing anymore, I wasn't able to be a good partner to people anymore. It made everything reduce. And, yeah. 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 It's just they're not for me, I don't think. I've only taken 3. I mean, there's other ones, and maybe there's a miracle one that works for me, but I'm not willing to the onboarding and offboarding process of taking an SSRI is really a lot. Like if I was to start another one, I wouldn't stream for like a month because the onboarding process you're like pretty fucking mental, and the offboarding process is just like insane. Your brain is just going nuts from the withdrawal of the feel good medicine. So yeah. This is a thing that runs in my family. It's not like unheard of. My cousin Lee had the same condition. It's just, yeah. On paper, things should be fine. Like, I've got money, I've got a home, I've, got good friends, I've got a successful business, I'm doing a job that I love, like, but my brain won't let me enjoy any of it. It's just constantly negative, 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 negative. Constant intrusive thoughts. And yeah, it's like, I don't know what I can do about it. I've tried quite a bit, but unfortunately, it might just be who I am. No, I don't need help. I'm not asking for help. I'm answering a question that was in chat. None of this is like a therapy session. I've made peace with this being who I am. And I've made peace with my friends not really understanding it, which is why I don't really bring it up often. It's it's like sort of like color blindness. I can't tell my friends what it's like to not be able to see green the same way they see green. And I can't tell my friends what it's like for something good to happen and not feel any happiness from it. Because you can't, it's like arguing a negative. You can't prove a negative. There's no way for me to convey that because it's a lack of definition. So I just kind of, yeah. I'm happy to talk about it here if other people are going through it, but it's not like I'm looking for a solution from anybody here. Pizza's not sitting good, Johnny. I feel gross. I feel like, I swear to God, when you eat pizza, doesn't your sweat smell like pizza? Or is that just me? Don't you like, ugh, I don't know, man. We have a joke about that in our second Steve book. But yeah, it's gross. But back to the point that started all the side questions about moving and finding a new place. If you want to, do it. If you think it'll make you happier, do it. Absolutely. The only thing I've learned is that the only place you really live is inside your own head. So that's the most important place to figure out. If you're depressed with who you are as a person, moving to some cool place isn't going to make you less depressed as a person. It's going to give you distractions, and it's going to give you things to do to occupy your time. There might be more places to go, more places, things to see, more people to meet. But if there's personal growth you have to do, that you know you have to do, and you're avoiding it, moving somewhere isn't going to fix that. It's just going to give you a whole bunch of other shit to fill your schedule with while you're not doing the hard work. It's like, you know, you're taking a little vacation, essentially. But eventually, after living there for a year and seeing all the things in town that you want to see and settling in, it's just going to become your home again. And you're going to get that same gnawing feeling of maybe I should move somewhere else. Because deep down inside, what you really want to do is escape yourself. That's my take on it. Just make sure the reason you're moving is because you want to live somewhere, because you think it'll be a cool place you want to live. If you're moving there because you think it's going to fix your problems, it's probably not going to. That's all I'm saying. The only problem moving somewhere fixes is if you live in the middle of fucking nowhere and you don't see anybody and you're like, man, I wish I could see more people. It'll fix that. Or if you're like, man, I need to save money, I need to move somewhere cheap. It'll fix that problem. But yeah. Cool place only escapes your situation if your situation isn't yourself. Because then you're just a sad person living in a cool place. Trust me, I know plenty of people that are wealthy that are fucking miserable. They live in amazing homes. They have really successful businesses. I mean, my dad's a good case study for that. He fucking was homeless when he was a kid and blind. They cured his blindness. Met a great woman. Had kids that try to love him even though he's not always the best. Super successful business, multiple properties, money, fame, and he's the most miserable person I've ever met. None of that shit makes you happy. If you're happy first, it can make things better, but it's not going to fix underlying problems. Well, Sharky, based on what you said I'd like to move somewhere and just start new, like a nice job doing something I enjoy and somewhere cozy to live, and I think I'd feel better. Well, look at what you just said. It sounds like it's not moving to a new place that's going to make you happy. It's having a cozy life doing something you enjoy. It sounds like you're not happy doing what you're doing. It sounds like that's the core issue. And going somewhere new gives you an excuse to kind of start fresh and redefine what you're doing. But all I got from that sentence was that you're not currently enjoying what you're doing. So that should be the thing you work on first. It's never too late to redefine yourself. We talked about that with Arson in chat last week. He was trying to force himself to be an illustrator because he thought he had to. He was drawing and he wasn't having fun. And he decided he wanted to be a sculptor and started over, and now he's like a famous sculptor who works on awesome video games and shit. Because he wasn't happy with what he was doing. So he changed what he was doing. Nice, Henry. Proud of you. Well, that's good. It's not a dump, Sharky. You don't have to apologize. It's the topic of the conversation. Try new things until you find something that's fun. Like, I loved cooking, and I did it for a long time, but I didn't love doing it as a job. I loved it, and I still do, but I didn't love doing it as a job. I liked the art form. I liked making people happy by cooking something that they could experience. I liked the quick turnaround of, okay, I've made a thing and it's, you know, ready in a few hours and it's very impressive. And like, I liked that, you know, I liked everything about it, but I didn't like working in food service. So I stopped. I'm still a good cook and I still like cooking, but it's like, it wasn't for me. So I stepped away from it. It's okay to find new things. What if you're the only guy keeping things afloat for other people? How can you escape that? You have to cut ties. If people can't get their shit together and they're relying on you completely for their stability, it's not fair to you unless you're getting something out of it for yourself. If it's genuine compassion for like a loved one or a family member and you just want to ease their suffering, like if like, you know, you're taking care of a parent or something, that's you choosing to make an investment for something you care about. That's you choosing to do that. But if people are taking advantage of you and you're like, you know, keeping their whole existence afloat, then you have to have a hard conversation with them and be like, you know, as someone who cares about you, I want you to get your shit together. And you start making an exit strategy of like, how can I help you become the person that you should be without me? Like, how do we help you grow? And then as they grow into that shape, you can start to separate. Or you can just cut ties completely and say, it's not my responsibility to fix you. It's, you know, it's cold, but ultimately you're sacrificing your own growth and well-being for somebody else's. And if they're not willing to at least meet you halfway with bettering themselves so you don't have to do that, then do they really deserve your help to begin with? Like, they should care about you the same way you care about them. And if you want to escape that situation, they should be okay with helping you do it. They can't change and they'll be worse without me, but I'm so sick of building them up over and over again. Listen, man, I don't know the exacts of your situation, but people that use people will find somebody else to use if you walk away, 9 times out of 10. They'll find someone else who will fix all their problems who isn't you. They always do, at least in my experience. They might be worse for a little while, but those types of people always find someone else to come in and save the day, whatever it is. I've never abandoned somebody like that and had them not just find somebody else to take advantage of. 100% of the time, they always have. It doesn't have to be you. I mean, it's ultimately up to you, but if you don't enjoy the situation, you owe it to yourself to get out of it. Don't waste your life by saying shit like, you know, oh, it has to be me, or oh, I could never, oh, like, if they don't care about you the way that you care about them, then they probably don't deserve your commitment. They're probably taking advantage of you. Yeah. Working with seniors is great. When I was a kid, I was surrounded by World War II veterans because I was working at a yacht club. And it definitely gives you perspective, for sure. Hmm. Gotta figure out what's wrong with this tree trunk. Oh. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Oh. Alright, this tree trunk. Let's figure out this goddamn tree trunk. This is the root of all the problems. Alright. So this And this guy's foot. This all needs to go over, and this needs to go over as well, I think is the issue. Yeah. Yeah. Good to see you, Book Music. Last night was fun. I was telling Mia when I left the bar, I hadn't eaten all day and nothing was open except this pizza shop. So I grabbed 2 slices of pizza. I grabbed 2 slices of pizza. I grabbed a pepperoni and a margarita. And I was driving, and a guy stopped short in front of me at a red light in Providence. So I jammed the brakes, and the box of pizza flew forward off the dash onto the floor, and my dog pounced on it immediately. And she grabbed the margarita slice and started devouring it. So I reached over in a panic, and because I didn't want her to fucking eat the pizza, she was gonna get sick. So I reached over, and I managed to get the pepperoni slice, but you know she had already devoured the margarita. And then when I sat up in my seat, and right next to me, a homeless guy had walked up to my car and was leaning his head in the window, and he went, "Yo, man, is that pizza?" And I was just like, "Just take it. Just take the pizza. Take the pizza, universe." I gave it to the homeless guy. And then I stopped at another pizza shop halfway home, grabbed a slice, and I don't feel very good now. I regret that decision. But listen, it was very funny. I thought a guy was going to stab me to get a slice of pizza. His face was like in my car. I sat up and his like face was through the window. And I was like, all right, dude, let's calm down. Let's not do this. But yeah, last night was fun. Last night was a good time. We'll do it again. Supposedly Mia has connections with some bar in Bristol to do clothed figure life drawing nights. We're talking about that on the stream earlier. So maybe we'll try that next time. Yo, man, is that pizza? It's like, you know what? It is. And something in the universe wants me to give it to you. So here it is. Hopefully that homeless guy didn't get sick from eating the pizza too. Shout out to you, homeless guy. Hope your intestines are doing okay today. Would have been very funny if I gave a homeless guy a slice of pizza and a Tums. Hey man, enjoy this, but enjoy it responsibly. Here's a Tums. Oh my god, there's no music. The intrusive thoughts are creeping in again. Oh my god. Oh my god! My life's a lie? Ah, there we go. Oh damn, I would have had dinner with you guys if I knew that. I went to Nice Slice, around the corner. Next time, we'll have to coordinate better, and I'll go out to dinner after. I think the happiest I've ever seen a homeless guy was, we had a huge New Year's party when I lived in Boston, and we invited like a ton of people and ordered a shitload of Chinese food. but people didn't eat a ton of food, so I had like 4 poo-poo platters of food left over. And I took them down to the intersection because I was like, I can't eat, like there's too much food here. So I brought like 4 unopened poo-poo platters and I just gave them to all the, it was very funny. They were like, are you serious? And I was like, yes. They were like, is there anything in this? And I was like, no. No. I'm not gonna drug Chinese food. What? I've never given booze to a homeless guy. Shays and chat. Never done that. I feel like that could be a slippery slope. I don't give homeless people money. Ever. I give them food, and I'll give them clean water and stuff, but never money. I had a homeless friend for a long time when I lived in Boston who we let crash on our couch. And I gave him some money once and he used it to buy heroin. And I was like, never. Never again. That was my lesson learned. I was like, you can crash on the couch sometimes. I'll cook you dinner. I'll give you food. But I'm never giving you money again because I can't trust you because you're addicted to something. But, yeah. The place I lived in Boston was a 4-bedroom apartment. I split it with 3 other people, and we had a big living room, and there were some people around the art college that were homeless that lived over by the train station out in the field. And one of them was a really good friend of ours named Dale, who was just a nice guy. He just hit hard times. He had some addiction problems. He was a nice dude, though. Every time I'd go outside when I was in school at the time, we'd hang out and talk and shit. And when winter hit, I was like, it's like fucking freezing, dude. I'm like, do you like have anywhere to go? And they didn't. So we were like, okay. And we made an agreement with them. We were like, you can move in here. Because one of my roommates, Tom, had previously been homeless in Boston, so he knew a lot of the homeless people in the city. He had previously been homeless, and then someone gave him a chance and hired him for a job, and he was pulling himself up at that point. And he had introduced us to Dale. And we were like, yeah, you can crash with us for the winter. Maybe longer. We were like, all we ask is that you do an equal share around the house, because obviously you don't have an income. But help us clean up, help us take care of the place. There's errands and things we got to do. Just be a member of the household, and we'll see how it goes. So one day, I was gonna go get groceries, but I forget what it was. There were people at the house, and I didn't want to leave people alone at the house because my other roommates weren't around. And he was like, "Oh, I'll go to the grocery store." He was like, "What do you need?" And I gave him a list, and I gave him cash. And I was like, "Go grab these things for me." And he was like, "Cool, man, yeah." And then he didn't come back. And then 2 days later, he showed up looking like absolute shit. And I was like, what happened? And then we found out he took the money I gave him for groceries and he went and he bought drugs. And I was like, all right, I'm never giving you money again. Like, I don't hate you. Like, you didn't try to steal from me or anything, but I'm never giving you money again. Like, ever. So, he never, like, robbed us or anything. He was a good dude. He just, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, book music. I never give homeless people money because I don't know what they're addicted to. On the one hand, they could use it to turn their life around. On the other hand, it could be the overdose that kills them. So I just, never again. Just my own policy. People don't agree with it. I understand. It might sound cruel, but I'll give them money. I'll give them, I mean, I won't give them money. I'll give them food, water, blankets or something. But yeah. I don't know what happened to Dale. I don't know if he's still alive. In summer, when summer rolled around, he said he wanted to. He said he wanted to go back up to Maine, where he grew up, and just like see if he could find a place to live or people to stay with. See if any of his friends from childhood were still around, and he hitchhiked. As far as I know, he hitchhiked to Maine, and I never heard from him again. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, I think you're in like, aren't you over near Russia, Shays? Or in that part of the world at least? Here in America, there's just drugs everywhere. The homeless, like, there's so many drugs. Especially now that fentanyl's a thing. So I'm sure the homeless situation is different there than it is here. It's interesting. I thought this was a blanket, but it's not. It's the tree root. It's growing up and over the person. Drug issue here sucks. My nephew, not the 6-year-old who got the eye surgery, my other nephew, my sister. He was it's hard to talk about. Hold on, I want to decide if I want to talk about this. Sure, why not? He helped the Coast Guard rescue some people that were drowning in a boat. And in the process of helping the Coast Guard rescue the people, he injured himself pretty badly. And they prescribed him opiates. And he got super fucking addicted to the opiates. And this was a kid who I knew his entire life. He'd never, ever, ever had any kind of substance-related issue, ever. And virtually overnight, in the span of a month from when they gave him the painkillers, he went basically full addict. And he ended up going somewhere for treatment. And he got out and he was doing okay. And his girlfriend at the time lost a pregnancy. And he essentially went on a bender and OD'd and killed himself. And it's all because of a painkiller that nobody knew how addictive it was at the time that got prescribed to him. And that shit's just everywhere here. It's just shit you can find everywhere. And yeah. Yeah, he's gone now. I think he was 26. But yeah, it's not good. I know a lot of people that were prescribed painkillers for legitimate reasons. Injuries, or I had friends that served overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan who came back and they were given opiates. And yeah, they became horrifically addicted. Horrifically addicted. So, that's why I never give money to homeless people. Those two reasons. So I have no fucking clue what they're dealing with. And the shit that they might take that kills them is so super available here. You can get it basically anywhere. My sister's husband was a big part of the case against one of the families that sold those opiates. If you're in the Massachusetts area, Spitboy, you've probably seen my brother-in-law. He's on TV a lot whenever they talk about that shit. Yeah, not great. I have sympathy for veterans. A lot of people are sold a dream and they go into it naively. And then they can't leave. And then, you know, I had a friend who was a complete fuck up. He had, you know, issues, I'll put it that way. Fucked his whole life up. Good person, but he just made bad decisions. But a good dude. He'd never like rob from you or hurt you. He'd be there to help you, but he was just a kind of a fuck up. Drank a lot, never got his shit together. And a military recruiter, you know, told him he could turn his life around and make a good income and, you know, make his family proud and all that shit. Good friend of my brother's, good kid I'd known my whole life, younger brother of a friend of mine named Charlie. And yeah, he went off and served and then realized very quickly that it wasn't exactly what he thought it was going to be and tried to get out as soon as he could and suffered an injury and got prescribed some stuff and got out of the military. And I believe within 3 months of being out of the military, he was dead. And yeah. Thanks, Neozo. Yeah, people don't always know what they're signing up for, is all I'm saying. Bummer stream today, guys. What a bummer. Bummer. Cringe. Don't want to hear about your dead friends, Dan. Bummer. But anyway, that's why I give homeless people pizza. Long story short. Give them pizza. Always appreciated. Pizza usually can't kill you. Usually. I try to have sympathy for most people, because I want to believe that fundamentally most people are at least starting from a place of wanting things to be okay. I don't think there's a lot of people that are like born evil. So I try to approach most people from a neutral standpoint until they prove me wrong. And then if they prove me wrong, I can write them off. But yeah, I try to assume most people are at least starting out as good people, or trying to be. Is this flippable? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, that's good at least. At least this part's flippable. The kid isn't. But the branches are. Okay. Fuck. Oh boy. I wish I didn't live so far away from, like, friends on the stream. I would love to host drawing events at my house. But getting here is a kind of a bitch for people. Yeah, the one nice thing about LA is that there's a lot of people around that are in the art community. If you want to meet people that do art, it's pretty easy. But I will say, Spitboy, if you get down towards Providence, there's a lot of people in the Hasbro circle, because Hasbro's in Providence. There's a lot of artists around that are Hasbro affiliated. Like last night, completely randomly, I mentioned this earlier, I don't know if you were on stream or not, we met an ex-Hasbro guy who works for Disney now, who's in charge of archiving all of the stuff George Lucas has at the Skywalker Ranch to put it into museums. He's literally like George Lucas's archivist, and he lives in Providence. Just had tons of photos on his phone of him going through all the crazy miniatures and helmets and props from the movies and stuff, and cataloging all of them for Disney. So there's people around. You just gotta find them. There's also some studios in Boston. There's people around that do art. There's just not many. Like my buddy Greg Titus from when I worked at Pilots in Boston. He's a pretty successful dude. He's done a lot of shit that people have seen. He's up there. I think he's still working at Pilot. But yeah, people around. You just gotta seek them out. Is the American border still open? I mean, you have to get a visa. And getting a visa is gonna be tough depending on what part of the world you're coming from. But yeah, the borders are open. Oh yeah, the 38 Studios thing. Holy shit. That was an era. What a nightmare. I remember talking to Sean Murray about that at the time when he was still up here before he went down to Florida. That was a nightmare. That fucked over so many people. Rhode Island still hasn't recovered from that. Oh, no wonder I feel fucking sleepy. It's all overcast all of a sudden. I was like, where the fuck did the sun go? Alright, I'm fudging this a little bit. This isn't exactly accurate, but because of the composition I'm trying to fit this motif into, it kinda can't be. This branch should be higher, but it's gonna have to be here. I think... Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get into America illegally, unless you're on a work visa. Or you marry an American. Pretty hard. Well, good luck to your friend. I hope your friend doesn't get captured by ICE and get forcefully deported. That would suck. But, you know, Godspeed. I mean, America's not bad. We got problems, but it's not bad. The standard of living is pretty good. The healthcare shit sucks, but yeah. That's funny. It's crazy how many famous people you can meet being a waiter. Oh. working on a boat, on a cargo ship. I got a friend who's a merchant marine. Makes a ton of fucking money, but he's on boat 6 months out of the year. Actually, more than that. 9 months out of the year? I can't remember. He makes so much money being a merchant marine, though. I could never live on a boat. I'd go fucking crazy. I'd get that feeling I get in Colorado, the, what is it, agoraphobia? Reverse of claustrophobia? Ugh. Oh, I'd go fucking nuts, dude. Whenever there's like an infinite horizon, I, I, I can't even talk about it. Hate it. Kenophobia. Oh. Yeah, I have kenophobia then. Fear of the game old people play at bars. Kenophobia. Yeah, I don't have fear of public places. I have fear of infinite spaces. If I'm out in a giant field where I can't see the trees on the edge of it, or a plain, or if I'm on a boat in the ocean there's no land visible. I fucking hate that. Thalassophobia? Fear of the ocean void, more specifically. Oh, fear of the unknown things. Okay. I feel like Thalassus is a H.P. Lovecraft city under the sea. And if it's not, it should be. There's a free idea, chat. Take it and run with it. Thalassus. Guys, you can trust book music, okay? Book music is an author. You can trust book music. Walking thesaurus, okay? Intimate knowledge of wordisms in speech play. Intimate knowledge. What are you going to trust, the internet or an author? Come on. Only got 2 phobias. It's whatever the wide open spaces one is, and it's the one for all the little porous dots on a surface. The tracheophobe, whatever the fuck it's called. My source is I made it the fuck up. Trypophobia, yeah, I have that one. Why do so many people have that fear? Probably. I remember when I was a kid, I was probably 10, I had some kind of allergic reaction to something. I don't know what caused it, but I don't even want to draw this, but I'm going to. I had a rash on my arm that was kind of like amoeba shaped, like this. And it started off like a blister, like soft, but then it got really hard. And then it started to crack, and it had little holes in it like this. And it was like crunchy, and like I fucking hated it so much. It made, like, I literally ended up taking a lighter and burning it. I'd rather have the blister. I literally just torched it because I could not fucking stand it. and it hurt super bad. But yeah, I couldn't. I had it on me for maybe 2 days, and I couldn't stop looking at it and freaking out about it. And then I had to burn it off. No, I told my cousin I wanted to do it, and he laughed because he was like a psychopath, basically. And he was like, "I want to watch," and he stole a lighter for me, and he held my arm, and I held the lighter, and yeah, I just burnt it until I could like. It was just horrible. It was just terrible. It was pretty fucking awful. Then my parents were like, "What did you do?" And I was like, "Oh, I was using the stove and I tripped. And I touched the red hot, you know." It burned until it bled. That's all I remember, was that was the moment I realized that you can bleed from burning. I didn't know that until that moment in my life. And I was like, "Oh, alright." My nephew, I've told enough stories about, not my nephew, sorry, I've told stories about my cousin on here before. My cousin Danny is completely insane. Like, legitimately, certifiably a maniac. But nobody really cared when I was a kid. He was like super, super fucked up and sadistic. But for some reason, he liked me, and he never did those things to me. He only did them to other kids and like his little brother and like other people in his family, but he never hurt me. He would hurt other people, and he would tell me to watch him hurt other people. And he thought it was like really cool. Like funny. He would like laugh while he was doing it. I saw him beat a kid up with a baseball bat, and I remember him slamming it into the kid's legs and laughing while he was doing it. He was like, "Ha ha ha ha." Well, it's like, it was not good. Not good, chat. Not a good time. But you know, he was way older than me. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was like, well, I'm just gonna sit here and watch this. The story I told on here before that you guys might have heard was he took a bunch of snowballs and he dipped them in water to make ice balls, which was essentially a rock. And then he knew his grandmother was coming to babysit us, and he was like, "I told her not to come. I told her I can handle it, but that bitch wants to come anyway." And I was like, "What are you doing?" And he poured water down the driveway and let it freeze into black ice, and then he made a big pile of ice balls. And then when his grandma got out of the car, she stepped out of the car and slipped on the black ice and fell down, and, you know, an old lady hit the pavement. And then he jumped out from behind the deck with the ice balls and just after the other, after the other, after the other. And his brother tried to stop him. And he was like, "Stop, you're gonna kill her." And he turned around and he was like, "You want this?" And he fucking started hitting him with the ice balls. And his little brother jumped on top of the grandma to shield her. And then he was hitting both of them. And he was laughing while he was doing it. And I just hid under the deck. And I was like, "I'm not taking a side. I don't want to be here. I don't want to exist in this reality. I'm just going to disassociate under the shed. Just going to hide down here under the deck, behind the wood lattice with the lawnmower and the rake. Just going to sit here, pretend I don't exist until this stops happening. Because I am 10 years old. And yeah. I think he's better now. I haven't seen him in a long time, but when I was a kid, whoo boy. The other thing he did that I'll never forget was there was a kid he always bullied down the street, and he was like, let's go for a walk. And I was like, okay, because again, he never did anything to me. And we're walking, and he's like, you think Tom wants to hang out? And I was like, you hate Tom. And he was like, let's see if Tom wants to hang out. So he was like, Tom, come outside. And the kid was like, no. And he was like, Tom, come outside. And he was like, no, I don't want to. And he was like, Tom, your parents home? And he was like, no. And he was like, come outside or I'm coming in to get you. So then Tom comes out. He was about my age. And we're walking down the street and we walk into the woods. And he lived on this abandoned train thing for the cranberry bogs here. This abandoned railroad. We're walking out there and he goes, what are we doing? And he goes, I found something really cool I think you're gonna like. And Tom's like, what? And he's like, well, you're really into nature, like, and stuff. Like, you're always, like, you know, doing science stuff for school. And he was like, yeah. And he was like, well, I found something really cool. And Tom's like, obviously not believing him, but what's he gonna do? He's getting bullied. So we go way out in the woods. And then my cousin says to me, stay here, don't come any further. And I'm like, why? And he goes, you're gonna love this. And he smiles. And I'm like, what's about to happen? And he takes Tom up to one of the abandoned trains and he opens the door and he goes, dude, I found some baby squirrels in here. I think the mother's dead, but they're like nesting. And like, you know, I feel like you could take care of them. And he's like, whoa, really? You found baby squirrels? And he's like, yeah, they're inside the train. I put them in here so they'd be safe. And he goes, oh, cool. And he goes in the train. Then my cousin shuts the train door, ties a chain around it, and immediately Tom is inside like, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. My cousin grabs a baseball bat and starts going up and down the train, slamming the baseball bat into it. Bum 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 bum. And then I hear the kid inside start screaming. And my cousin comes over to me laughing. And I'm like, what's going on? And he goes, that train's full of bees' nests. And now he's stuck in there with all of them. And I was like, let him out. And he was like, no, this is awesome. He deserves it. I'm like, let him out. And I kept begging him to let him out until eventually Tom started climbing out one of the train windows. He managed to crack it open and he was crawling out of one of the windows. And we went over to help him out and he was fucking covered in bee stings. And, dude, just a nightmare. Just a Stephen King nightmare, small town. Just absolutely horrible. So then I had to run back to the house. Go, help, 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 somebody get help. Because I was like 9 or 10. Listen. Wild times. He was like 14. He was big enough that he'd gone through puberty and he was like, had muscles and stuff. There was no way I was gonna fight him. He would have destroyed me. He would have absolutely destroyed me. Everybody was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Listen, I don't know how we got on this topic, okay? I've got horror stories like this I could tell all night. How did he not go to jail? I think he went to juvenile detention. Because you can't go to jail when you're 14. You can go to juvie. I believe he did go to juvenile detention. But I don't think it really did anything. Oh, it was very Stephen King. If you've ever read It, it was very much like, there's a scene in It that it always reminded me of it, where the bully tries to put the kids inside the old refrigerator out in the woods. And the kids are like, if we go in there, we're gonna die because we won't be able to open it. And he's like, just get in. And it's like, it's literally that kind of energy. It was that kind of weird, sadistic, yeah. Can you die if you get enough bee stings? Yeah. If you're allergic to bees, you can die from a single bee sting. I'm gonna guess that kid probably had 20. That's my guess. But I was also 10. My memory might not be perfect. I'm sure Stephen King saw the same shit. I think Stand By Me was based on something that happened to him as a kid, wasn't it? The dead body by the train tracks? Last time I saw my cousin, he had broken into my house, my parents' house. I was living at home at the time. I was like 19, I think. I was downstairs asleep and I woke up because I thought I heard something. I was alone in the house and I came upstairs and it was right after sunset, so it was dark. And I saw something move in front of the windows and I was like, who's there? And then it sat perfectly still. And then I heard his voice. And I hadn't seen him in years at this point, but I recognized his voice. And he went, "Sup, cuz? Is your dad home?" And I went, "No, he's not here." And he went, "Tell him to call me." And then he walked up. I still couldn't see his face. And he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "Good seeing ya." And then he left. And I was like, ew. It's like, ew. Ew. That was the last time I ever saw him, and I didn't even see his face. It was dark. I was like, well, you broke into my house. Were you trying to rob us? Were you actually looking for someone? I'll never know. To this day, I'll never know. I did tell my dad. I don't know what it was about. I think he played it off as like he was looking for work or something. It was the summertime. But I think maybe he was trying to rob us. It's my guess. Because there were no cars in the driveway. I was home alone. I've literally never seen him since. Hmm. 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 I wonder. Oh boy. He's just happy I was alive. Yeah, right. Probably wanted to kill me himself. Oh boy. I knew this was going to take a while. I didn't think it was going to take quite this long. Let's see if I can kind of speed this up a bit. Alright. I didn't sleep great either, so I'm kind of Kind of working at half capacity. And now his watch has ended. Wonder if that Jon Snow spinoff at HBO is actually happening. Wonder if they're gonna try and save the end of Game of Thrones with a fucking epilogue. Turns out that wasn't the Night King, guys. There's a different one. There's an even more knightier Night King. There's an even whiter White Walker. Okay? He's whiter and he walks even more. And he's up even further north. And I'm gonna go kill him, some Jon Snow. Streaming soon on HBO. What were my feelings on Game of Thrones actually? It was good till season 4. And then it started to get progressively worse until they wrote themselves into a corner and it ended horribly. Yeah, up till season 4 it was great. And then it just progressively made less and less sense because they ran out of stuff to adapt. David Benioff and Danny Weiss. David Weiss and Danny Benioff? Anyway, I don't know. They are very good at adapting other people's material to screen. When it's already written for them as like a book, they're very good at adaptation. They're not good at writing. So when they ran out of books to adapt and they had to start making their own plot lines, it became trash. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on it. The worst version of reality, which I don't think is true. I don't think this is true. But the worst reality to be in is the one where George R. R. Martin did give them the ending to the books, and what they shot is the actual series of events that he has planned. And he saw the backlash, George Martin, and decided, holy shit, I gotta rewrite these books. Everybody hates my ending, and that's why they're taking so long. That's the worst reality to live in. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's what happened, but that would be fucking hilarious. I haven't watched Three Body Problem. But we get the poetic justice of them rushing the end of Game of Thrones to work on Star Wars, and then losing Star Wars because they rushed the end of Game of Thrones. Do I think it's the pressure? No, he's always taken long. He started this series in the late 80s, early 90s. He's always taken a shitload of time to write. What he said the problem was he wrote himself into a corner where he knows what the ending should be, but as he was writing the characters, having them end up in the places they needed to be for the ending to be what he wants it to be didn't make sense. So he's trying to find a way to write the characters in a way that makes sense with their development logically, while also having an ending that feels satisfying. But that being said, him taking 12 years to write a book is not abnormal. I think he's also having more fun doing side stuff because he's probably burnt out on Game of Thrones after the show being as big as it was and the backlash being awful. I think the backlash to the ending made him kind of burnt out on the whole IP. I think he's having more fun helping out with House of the Dragon and Dunk and Egg and Knight of the Seven Kingdoms and yeah. Yeah, George Martin famously takes forever to finish his Game of Thrones books. Very, very famously, his writing takes forever. There's whole conversations between him and Stephen King you can watch on YouTube where Stephen King talks about his forcing himself to write one book every year, and George Martin is like a perfectionist, and like, you know, Stephen King writes more books and 90% of them aren't very good, but the 10% that are good are great. And George Martin writes, you know, about 1% of the books Stephen King writes, but all of them are really, really good. So it's like, it's a weird balance of like productivity versus quality. You can play a numbers game, which is essentially what Stephen King does. He's going to write a book every year. And if it's not good, well, I'll be writing another book the year after that. So maybe that, well, you know, if that one's not good, there's another book coming the third year. And sometimes he strikes gold and sometimes he doesn't. But he forces himself to complete things in a schedule very, very consistently. Whereas George Martin wants every single sentence of every page to be exactly what he wants it to be before he releases it. Which is why pretty much all of George Martin's books are very well received. Because he doesn't release anything just for the sake of releasing it. Neither one is right or wrong. That's why it's an interesting dialogue between them. Those are both perfectly legitimate ways to work. It's just a question of the individual. It's a tiny baby. Having an existential crisis? Start journaling. Go write down all the things you like and try to track back in your head why you like them. Remember that it's cool is a valid answer. If you like something just because it's cool to you, that's totally fine. Where do I fit in this? I'm a George R.R. Martin. I'm not a Stephen King. 100%. My work takes so fucking long. The only reason I wouldn't want to compare myself to him is because my quality of my finished product I don't think is anywhere near as high the quality of George R.R. Martin's stuff. But I'm definitely a perfectionist with my painting to my own detriment. I should be putting out work faster and more consistently. But I get lost in things like making sure all the branches have the right details and fitting in thematic references and getting lost in rendering curlicues on trees and an obsession with accuracy to the point where I'm like recreating shots from the game and like, yeah. It's not I personally don't think it's a good way to work, but it's the way I'm currently working. I'm trying to break out of it in my free time when I'm doing, you know, that's why I forced myself to do that Genova piece in 2 weeks. I was like, I just want to see if I can get something out relatively quick without being a hyper perfectionist to the point that I'm working on it for months. That's why with those skeletons I'm doing on the side, I'm trying to keep a 2-week deadline. But this piece, this is part of a set for a client, and it's literally impossible for me to do this in 2 weeks. This one would not be, yeah, there's no way. I could do a character or a part of it in 2 weeks. Like we could render Melania. We could render Melania in 2 weeks. But there's no way I could do this whole thing in 2 weeks. Not with this style and not at my current skill speed level. Painting or writing? No, I can write really quick. Me and Dave are very fast writers. Yeah, we're super fast, actually. We've been told numerous times by people that we've done writing for that we're much faster than most. Typically, me and Dave can have an outline with a rough draft of a script done in a day. For a 35-page script, we can knock that out in about a day, 2 days max, which I guess takes most people a couple weeks. And then an edited, finished version within a week. If my audio's low, I can turn it up. Let me know, chat. I think I turn it down intentionally so you don't hear me breathing. Hi, it's me. Hi, it's me. I'm talking more now. Hello. Hi. It's me. Feeling brave tonight? Ready to do battle with furious monsters? Explore the dankest castles. By the way, guys, if anyone ever has artist's block and you need to get out of it, I'll give you a bounty. I'll give you an assignment if you need one. You just tell me. But then if you don't do it, I don't want to hear about it. If I take the time to give you a bounty and you don't do it, don't come back to me asking for advice. I can imagine a farmer going to a castle in the Middle Ages too, Johnny, and looking at his other farmer friend and going, I think this is the dankest of castles. I've been to some dank castles. Dude, dank castle sounds like Frank Castle. That's why it was bothering me. It sounds like the Punisher. Hi, my name's Dank Castle. I'm the Punisher's cousin. Neozoa. I need to see your portfolio to give you a bounty. A bounty is an assignment. Me telling you to make something. If you have artist block and you don't know what to do, I'll give you an assignment based on your portfolio. Guys, I kind of want to corner a new market on OnlyFans. You guys want to help me do it? I want to corner a market where you subscribe to me on OnlyFans, and every day I release a page of new text about an adventure you're going on. And then the next day you see what happens. Then it's going to be only fantasy. You turn into a dark, dank crevice. The smell of moldering mildew fills your nostrils, and you wonder, mayhaps I should have stayed in my seaside village. Just then, the creak of a coffin door swinging open assails your ears. Telltale signs of a vampire in your midst. Come back tomorrow with Renew turned on for the next page of your adventure. Pussy in bio. New page in bio, yeah. You hear the telltale of a slime bouncing down the stairs. And you wonder if its acidic ooze will soon cover your face, melting your skin and revealing the skull beneath. But do not fear, listeners, for all skulls are smiling, and in death they laugh with the wickedest. Will this be your fate too? Come back tomorrow and find out. Pussy in bio. That's true. I could do a poll. Oh my god, a choose your own adventure with a poll. Oh my god. See? We can make this work. It's a good idea. Wow. I could do shitty little drawings. This is the room you enter. A wicked ooze seizes your haunches. They're called Choose Your Own Adventure books, Nemanja. I mostly just want to do it because it's the unsexiest thing you could put on OnlyFans. Especially if there's voice acting. Do all the sound effects with your voice. Oh, and then the armor comes to life. Animated before your very eyes, it swings its metal arm with a clang, tong, clang. Your blade falls to the floor, parried by the living statue. You turn your cloak with a whoosh, and you run down the stairs. Oh, coming up on the 5-hour mark of Strem. Hey, Sun Matter. What up? Oh, that's emotional. Oh. I guess my nephew was looking at the flowers in the sky today. And I guess my nephew said, I'm so glad my eyes are fixed. Oh, that's so fucking cute. For anyone who doesn't know, 2 weeks ago-ish, my nephew had surgery on the same surgery I got, but my surgery only partially fixed my eyes, which is why I have glasses. He got a surgery to fix his eyes that was successful, so he doesn't need to wear glasses anymore. A furbolg. Nice. This is my least favorite human on this whole fucking carving. Ugh, it's like a little homunculus and it's holding a sword. Ugh. Why? Why is it holding a sword? We do love a homunculus. In this chat, we love a homunculus, guys. Based and alchemy pilled. Alright? Gee, I've been saved by Fox. How swell. Chat. Chat, I'm starting to feel it, chat. Probably because I didn't eat anything today. I had a teaspoon of peanut butter before I started streaming to keep the headache away. It's fantastic. Oh no. Oh. Everybody get up. It's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Take your chance, do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright, alright, alright. Bye, Artie. Be right back, chat. I gotta get up and walk around for a second, or I'm gonna pass out. Oh! Puppy! Papola! Papito! What are you doing? I love you. I love you. You're a dog. You're a dog and I love you. Well, hi. Oh my god, my hair. What is going on? I still gotta go to the pool. And it's 7, which means I only have 2 hours left. I did weights today. Trying to figure out. I try to go to the pool at least 4 times a week. I'm trying to figure out if I want tonight to be one of them. I also haven't eaten anything today except a spoonful of peanut butter. Not the best. Dude. Another fucking little homunculus? Why? Why, From Software? Why? Well, there's so many gross little baby boys on this fucking tree. Oh, I hate this. Cast shadow here. They made art for a trading card game before, like Magic the Gathering? Yes, but not Magic the Gathering. I've done stuff for other games. Moonga. And, the fuck was the name of the other one? From White Wizard. I can't remember the name of it. Dude, these fucking baby bodies fucking kill me. Oh. Dude. I hate these little bodies because they're not, none of them are like super detailed because they're not supposed to be like seen up close. So like trying to copy them is kind of a nightmare because they're not really like human. They're like little Play-Doh people. They look like the little gremlin dudes from The Gate. You ever seen that movie, The Gate? They look like that. Or the little Kodamas from, you know, Princess Mononoke. Jeez. I really hate this, but that's what it looks like. Man. It doesn't have facial features, but I'm gonna add some. Because holy shit. It's like a demon. I haven't seen any Owl House, no. Sounds cool though. Alright. I gotta be real. I gotta start reminding myself that most of these details are not gonna even be seen on the print. They're too small. So I'm falling into the trap. I'm falling into the perfectionism trap. Whatever I fix on that figure isn't gonna be visible. It's only accurate for me. So I have to stop, focus on the shadows, and get the hell out of this piece. Alright, what is he standing on? He's standing on a branch? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Looks like there's a branch here. Okay. Okay. All right. What's everybody working on? Let's hear it. Stream's getting sleepy. don't know how much longer I'll be on. I am not going to hit my goal of finishing this whole freeze today. Unfortunately. There's just too much... too much baby bullshit going on. We'll get him next time, boys. Whoop. For a bug clay sculpture, trying to write an outline for a novel. Storyboards, cinematics, new piece. A pitch document you need to do for more art. Yep, cool. Love a good pitch document. One of my favorite things, a good pitch. Oh, I really hate this. The way this foot's drawn. Ew. Ew. Why would you do this to me from software? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Not even Space Jam will get me out of this one. I can tell. That's alright. I only got 5 hours of sleep last night. I knew today was going to be a shitty day for productivity. Nemanja, if you're still here, I don't know if you are. I lost 4 more pounds. Out of nowhere. I don't know what happened. Suddenly. I don't know if I'm just holding onto a bunch of water weight. I don't know what's going on, but I thought you'd like to know. Let's see. I'm trying to force myself. One thing I'm working on. Normally, if I was doing this painting off stream, I would render a little bit here, then I'd jump to another spot that seemed exciting, and I'd render a little bit there, then I'd jump to another spot and I'd render a little bit there. And I'd work the whole piece up in bits, jumping around when I got bored. I'm trying to force myself to not do that anymore, because I think it makes the painting take longer. And I'm trying to do chunks and force myself to stay inside of that chunk for at least the whole workday. So the first day was that girl on the side, the next day was the column next to her, and today is this frieze up here with the babies and the tree. But I'm trying really hard, because right now I could feel totally invigorated if I switched over to like Melania or something and started painting a new section from scratch. But I'm trying super hard to force myself not to do that anymore. I'm trying to render a section until it's essentially done, and then letting myself move on to the next section. And I'm struggling, because oh boy, do I want to paint something else right now. Am I happy with my weight loss so far? I mean, I'm happy that I lost around 64 pounds so far, but I'm not. I wish I lost more, obviously. I'm not happy with the plateau that I'm on. I wish that my weight loss never slowed down. I was losing around 20 pounds a month for the first few months, and it was like amazing. It felt so good. And then it all just kind of stopped. So, yeah, I'm happy with it overall. I just wish that the momentum kept going, but I get that that's probably unrealistic. I guess it's common, I don't know. The problem with weight loss stuff is everyone you ask says something different. And multiple people can be correct at the same time. Because bodies are complicated things. And hormones and metabolism are complicated things. And diets vary across the world, so... One thing I've learned is that everybody thinks they have an answer, but it's almost never the case for more than a few people. Like, for some people with a normal metabolism, with a healthy diet, just cutting calories and exercising is enough to lose weight without a plateau consistently. For other people, you might have hormone issues or genetic issues, or it might not be easy to do a particular diet where you're from, or your sleep might be fucking you up, and it just seems, yeah. There's so many factors that, like, there's no one size fits all advice. It's very common when you complain about this stuff online that everybody immediately goes, oh, hey, I know what you gotta do. You gotta do this. And it's like, you think I haven't already thought of that? Like, it's very common for people to assume that you're just not trying simple things when, like, the simple things don't always work. It's like, yes, I'm cutting calories and exercising. Doesn't stop a plateau from happening. Oop. So, I'm just sticking to my very strict diet. I'd say 95% of the time. Occasionally, like last night, if I get stuck somewhere, I'll eat food that isn't on my diet if I have to. Better than eating nothing, but 95% of the time it's chicken, rice, and vegetables. That's interesting. I didn't see this. I gotta change this. Hey, Wizzy War, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I feel much better not eating trash food, for sure. That's just a benefit in and of itself. Yeah, man, it's coming along slowly. We started over here. Her face isn't done yet. We started rendering her body. We're doing the border first, so I'm just going in and carving out all the stone shit. And then I'll say do the fun parts later. Right now, we're up here. We're we're getting this freeze done. That's where we're at. We got this one, and this one. Check out Wiz and War in Chat's video game. It's called Demon's Tilt, right? Or Demon Tilt? It's a rad pinball game on Switch. Demon's Tilt. And Xeno Tilt. I forgot about Xeno Tilt being done. Yeah, everybody go check out Wizard and Warlock's games. They're awesome. I gotta play Xeno Tilt. I played Demon's Tilt. Demon's Tilt does sound like a special move in a Dark Souls game. Thanks, Sharky. We gotta get you on here sometime to talk about game development. AKA, give me somebody to talk to so I don't pass out. I'll buy your game. You're not gonna send me a key. I'm happy to financially support your art, my friend. Yeah, exactly. You can practice projecting your voice. It's perfect. It's perfect. Alright. How late did you end up staying at the Drink and Draw last night, Wizzy War? I went over to Nice Slice right after I left. I forgot how good Nice Slice was. Pickling? Hell yeah, dude. I'd love to get your buddy who works at the Skywalker Ranch on here to talk sometime. That was super cool. Nice Slice is the shit, dude. If I'm in Providence, I usually go to Nice Slice. I ended up giving one of my Nice Slice slices to a homeless guy because at a red light, I was trying to get a piece away from my dog. And I sat up in my chair, and there was like a dude like in my window. His head was like in my car, and he was like, "Yo, man, that pizza." And I was like, "It's Providence. It's Providence." So he got some pepperoni. I debated bringing pizza back to the bar for everybody, but then I thought that maybe Deadbeats doesn't want like outside food and drink coming in. I didn't think Nice Slice would be open, but yeah. Dude, I couldn't live next to Nice Slice. That would be the end of any progress I could make on any diet. If I lived next to Nice Slice, I'd move. I'd be like, well, I had their vegan buffalo chicken pizza once, and I could not tell. My friend didn't even tell me it was vegan. I was like, "This is a good buffalo chicken pizza," and they were like, "Yeah, it's not chicken." I was like, "Nice Slice, how do you do it?" Not only is that not chicken, that's not cheese. I was like, "Nice Slice. What's going on, Nice Slice? What kind of magic is this?" Half buffalo, half barbecue chicken. I like ordering barbecue, so it's not crazy to me at all. I love barbecue chicken pizza. Love it. All right, let's see. Let's work on this one. How much of this can I flip? All of it? Yeah, it looks like I can flip all of it. That's good at least. The people change slightly. The people do change slightly, so maybe I'll wait for that. Winding down, chat. I'm about to go. Winding down. I might come back later, but I don't know. I'm gonna eat, see how I feel. I might just go to bed early, get a full day in tomorrow. We'll see. Oh. Yeah, no problem, man. Sorry the stream got a little dark today, guys. Do my best not to let it drift there in the future. Sometimes responding to questions and trying to stay honest about the answers doesn't always lead to the happiest results, but you know, trying to be more honest with people. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat and see how I feel after. I might go live again tonight, or I might crash. I'm not sure, but either way, I'll be back tomorrow for a full day. Plus, be back for a full day. Plus, I think Dave's stream if he's streaming. I gotta check. But yeah. All right, we got about 70% of what we wanted to get done today done. Not ideal, but we'll take it. All right, everybody. Have a lovely night. Oh. That might be a good blue-eyed samurai night. Yeah, you're right. Tonight might be a good night for that. Good thinking. All right.